Well, there's the one that Janice has. Yeah. Listen, I said I had to go back and get me some. I said this is delicious. It's only one. I think it's only one or two pieces left. You better go get it now. Yes, yes, yes. I know, aren't they nice? Very nice. I love a good shirt. You calculated it out, huh? I have to change the agenda. I need a charger. Who has an iPhone? Talisha, do you have a iPhone charger by chance? Okay.
Plug in.
Um, whatever is gonna charge my phone. I'm not sure what all those components might be. I can plug it in over here. I got 13%. I said, how did I let myself get this low? Say again. Oh, I don't know. I think it has the little ridges on it. It's the older. It's oh, I wouldn't want you to have to go through all that. I do have a thing in my car too. I can run it. Trying to. So much. Yes, thank you. You got all the things. This is perfect. Yep. Yes. Excellent. 2. We start right on time. Budget. 7. Oh, I'm waiting on Trusty 7 Okay, thank you. The time is 6:30. I'd like to call this regular Board of Education meeting to order. The first item on our agenda for this evening is the roll call for those Board of Education members who are present. Trustee Sutton Kennedy, could you perform the roll call, please?
Trustee Goodrich.
Here.
Trustee Fields.
Here.
Trustee Sutton Kennedy. I'm here. Trustee Townsend.
Here.
Vice President Lee.
Present.
President Hawkins.
I am here. We have 6 Board of Education members present and 1 who is absent. That now takes us to the Pledge of Allegiance. So at this time, I would like to invite everyone in attendance to join us in reciting of the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That now takes us to the acceptance of the agenda. Before we move to take a motion for the acceptance of the agenda, I have a couple of proposed amendments to make to the agenda for the board to consider. I would like to add under Achievements, Awards, and Recognition, B, which would be the MASB award certificates. If you could make a note of that, board members, for your consideration. And then if we go to page 4 on the agenda, I would like to propose that we move the midterm monitoring evaluation, which is item 11, later into the agenda. So that would mean on page 5 that 11 would be presentations.
Wait a minute.
So let's go to page 5. So once we come back from open session under item 10, you see 11 is our midterm monitoring. We're going to move that later, but I'll get to that in 1 second.
Gotcha.
So 11 would become our presentations with an S. 12 would become our consent agenda. 13 would become our action items under student affairs. 14 would become our action items under business and finance. And then 15 would be our midterm monitoring. Let me know if I should repeat any of that, board members.
Yes.
Okay. No problem.
Okay.
So if we go to page 5, yep. So instead of, we're going to scratch the midterm monitoring evaluation, and we're going to move that to later in the agenda. So item 11 would now be presentations. Item 12 would be the consent agenda. Item 13 would be action items under student affairs. Is it okay to keep going? Item 14 would be our action items under business and finance. And then 15 would become our midterm monitoring session with Mary Kirtland. And then everything else will remain the same. Any questions, comments before we take a motion? Although we will have an opportunity to do that if it's moved and accepted.
Just one quick thing. You said the MSAB would be under 4?
MASB would be under 4. Yep, so we only have A now, so we would add B because we just learned that MASB sent our certificates for us to give to the board members.
Okay.
So we would make that item number B under number 4, Achievements, Awards, and Recognition.
Okay.
I know that was a lot of changes. Thanks for bearing with us. Any questions? You good? Okay. All right. Now, could I have a motion to accept the amended agenda as presented?
Madam President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education accept the amended agenda as presented.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Support trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to achievements, awards, and recognition, and I will turn it over to Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. We're really excited during this time of the year to just be able to honor some well-deserved persons who have served many years in Ypsilanti Community Schools. And so I'll ask if Ms. McCarty will come to make the presentation as we recognize our 25, 26 retirees.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Zachary Ross, community members. We have some really wonderful people to recognize, and it's hard to lose them, but they have earned it. So our first retiree is Cynthia Abram Cadell. She is a social worker at Perry Early Learning Center. I do not see her here, but just a few comments, like from her principal. He said, thank you for your years of dedicated service to Perry. As our social worker, you were always calm, caring, and positive presence. Your compassion and support made a lasting difference, and you'll be greatly missed. Cynthia came during the consolidation, and she was a YPS employee prior to that. Our next retiree is Wendy Hubbard. I do not see Wendy here either. So Wendy spent 30 years with the district. First she was YPS, and then she came to YCS. And what's interesting, and Ms. Tillerson said this as well as her other colleagues, is that she spent 30 years at Estabrook. Wow. So her entire career was at Estabrook with both districts. And some comments from her principal is that she was beloved and enduring member of their community with an unwavering dedication to scholars. Thank you, Ms. Hubbard, for your years of service, dedication, and we wish your retirement filled with happiness and good health and joy. And then the third retiree is like near and dear to my heart, Lois Nowling. 40 years, guys. 40 years. I can't believe she left me. I feel like I'm divorced now. So she was YPS and then came over. And what do you say about Lois? She did transportation. She was a receptionist. She did everything under the sun for me and everybody else. And I think some comments like from Sharisa, like, who's going to give us a Tide pen when we spill food on ourselves? And who is just going to give us a Band-Aid or a safety pin for our clothes? But not only that, Lois was well-versed in ACA, FMLA, ADA, workers' comp. She had everything. And she made, when I came to join, it just like a joy to walk in. So Lois. And then Stephanie O'Laughlin, she retired last year, but she retired after the honoring of the board. So she came to us in 2022. Some comments from her principal is that she had energy and passion for teaching and scholars, and that she always found ways to engage. And then the next retiree was Lenora Rapelier, and if anybody has met Lenora, she has a bundle of energy, and she loves the children. She just loves them. She wants to bring them gifts and extra food and all of that. And she was so sad when I said, you can't bring food in because they might have allergies and you can't. So she was great, and she was wonderful, and she did a great job. And then we have Julius Roberson, who was a custodian at Wise. According to his team and Mr. Birchwell, he acted as a father figure. The students would go to him for fatherly advice. He was dedicated. Mr. Birchwell was extremely grateful that he came to work every day. He was there always, and always willing to do the extra thing and help. And then our final retiree is Marie Taylor Allen, and she came to us in 2017. She's an honored military veteran. She was a TC. She was willing to go to any school. Since I've been here, she was at YCMS. She was at Holmes. She was at the high school. Any other places? Union? Nope. So she went anywhere we asked her to be, and she advocated for whatever students that was there. I mean, she just advocated to make sure they had the best classroom, the best supplies, the best curriculum. So we would like to thank all of these retirees, and we have a gift for them that we'll make sure that they receive. I want to show you guys what it looks like, so if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Mess up the pretty tissue paper. And these gifts were made by our students and John Kim at the high school. And they're just gorgeous, And they say YCS, their name, that they're a retiree in the school year.
Oh, that's
Beautiful.
Beautiful, it is.
excellent.
Thank you, all of our retirees, custodians, teachers, everybody, support staff. They're all wonderful people, and we're going to miss them.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty. We certainly, I know as a board, appreciate the dedication, the commitment, the service to all of our students, well, I should say our scholars, our families in this community. YCS would not be what it is without their commitment and dedication for all of these years to the district. So we are incredibly grateful for the indelible mark that they've made on this community, and especially Ypsilanti Community Schools as a district. I'm not sure if board members have any comments they would like to add, but I'll open it up in case you do, if you want to say anything for the record.
Madam President, I am thoroughly happy to see the amount of years of service. A lot of the individuals on the list are long-term Ypsilantians. Ms. Nowling was there when I was in school.
Yes.
Her name was always on paperwork. And Miss Abraham Cadell, Miss Lenora, these are long-term Ypsilantians that have done an enormous amount for our district as well as the community. And so I just want to say thank you for your service, and I wish them all the best in everything they do in retirement.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend. All right. Seeing no other comments from the board, again, we are just incredibly thankful. And as you were talking, Trustee Townsend, I was like, Ms. Hubbard taught 2 of my 3 children, so she's been here a mighty long time. And I am really happy that they get to go on to whatever their next is for them. And so for all these years of dedication, if it's okay with the board, I know that they are not here, but I think it would be fitting if we just stood and give them a round of applause for their dedication. Next, that takes us to item B, which is our MASB award certificates. And I know, Dr. Zachary Ross, you have those for the board.
Thank you, Madam President. We know that typically the board's work is honored at the WISD during the legislative breakfast, and there's a representative typically from the Michigan Association of School Boards. We are very happy today to have a representative, Mary Kerwin, with us. And we've received the awards for our board members, and we think that this is exceptional. We know that we're a learning organization, and it has to start at the top. And these board members have been truly dedicated over the years in earning these certifications. And for each one, I'll read what certificate they're getting and what's required of it. The first one is our board president, Dr. Celeste Hawkins. She's receiving a the Master Board Member Award Certificate of Achievement. The Level 4 Master Board Member Award is awarded upon completion of certification levels 1 through 3, 9, 200, or 300 level classes, and a minimum of 368 education credits. And so it reads to Dr. Celeste Hawkins, Ypsilanti Community Schools, on April 1st, 2025, they say. And this is from Dale Wingert, President, and Don P. Wartuba, CAE Executive Director of the Michigan Association of School Boards. Also, to Dr. Celeste Hawkins, she has received the Master Diamond Award Certificate of Achievement. The Level 5 Master Diamond Award is awarded upon completion of certification levels 1 through 4, 14 200 or 300 level classes, and a minimum of 528 education credits. And this is given to her on December 10, 2025, again, from the President and Executive Director of the Michigan Association of School Boards. Thank you so much. Also, a Master Board Member Award of Certificate of Achievement to Trustee M. Janice Townsend. We know that again, these hours are tremendous. In order to get this level of 4 Master Board Member Award, they're awarded the completion of certificate levels 1 through 3, 9, 200, or 300 level classes, and a minimum of 368 education credits. And this was given December 8th, 2025. Congratulations. Somebody's pen came up. This is a master. I think that's her pen. Next, we have a Master Platinum Award Certificate of Achievement. I'm waiting to say their name. This Level 6 Master Platinum Award is awarded upon completion of certification levels 1 through 5. That is 19 200 or 300 level courses and a minimum of 813 education credits. And this goes to Vice President Sharon Lee.
Yes.
Congratulations. Next, we have 2 more. All right, so there are specialty awards that can be given. The Data Specialty Award Certificate of Achievement is given to Trustee Yvonne Fields on November 5th. Congratulations. In addition to the Master Board Member Award Certificate of Achievement, again, this is the Level 4 Master Board Member Award is awarded upon completion of certification levels 1 through 3, 9, 200, or 300 level classes, and a minimum of 368 education credits. This is given to, again, Trustee Yvonne Fields, December 2nd, 2025. We are just so proud to have a board that continues to grow professionally. We know others have received awards other years, but every year, this board continues to put in the hours above and beyond the board seat at this table. They attend workshops, they go to conferences and register and go to the classes. And so we just thank you for the level of standard of excellence that you have set forth for us. You model for us, you're modeling for our scholars and this community. Thank you for your service and the additional work you've done to receive these levels of achievement. Let's give them a round of applause again.
Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross, and congratulations to the board. That now takes us to item 5 on our agenda, which is our public comment. I will read the public comment protocol and invite the member of the public who wishes to address the board. Pursuant to Education Policy 0167.3, the board recognizes the value of public comment on educational issues and the importance of allowing members of the public to express their views. Please limit statements to 3 minutes in duration. Participants shall direct all comments to the board and not to staff or other participants. No person may address or question board members individually, and all remarks shall be made in a respectful and professional manner. Emily Carroll.
Hello.
Hello.
Can everybody hear me? I'm kind of soft-spoken. So I'm here because my daughter was accepted to the CTE cosmetology program this past school year. She was going to Beauty Lux. They offered opportunities to get extra hours because they have to get 700 hours per year. Then she was switched to the high school. There was zero communication with me at all. The high school never contacted me. She's in alternative ed at Progress Park. Zero communication with the staff at Progress Park. I know that the high school seemed like it was not prepared for this move. They didn't get their kits until a week before spring break. So how many months into the school year? They were just going off of paperwork. She's left-handed. I had to buy her left-handed cutting scissors. I called the principal multiple times. I've called the superintendent multiple times. Zero communication. Nobody ever called me back. The school, the teacher told her repeatedly that there would be a summer program to make up those missing hours, right? All for months, this teacher said this. I called her school, Progress Park reached out. Nobody returned our phone calls. Nobody returned an email. I called in the last week of school. I talked to the principal. I got sent to a social worker, left a message. The social worker called back, said, I don't know. You got to talk to the cosmetology teacher. She said, oh, I don't know. You got to call back and ask specifically for the principal. She actually did answer the phone. She said she didn't know. And then the last day of school, the cosmetology teacher texted my daughter and said there will be no summer class. So I would like to know why. Why was this so unprepared and unprofessional, really? And what is the high school going to do for these students to make up these hours, for them to graduate with their cosmetology certificate? And why there's no communication at all? I mean, when she got switched to the high school, I had to call the bus and have her route changed. The high school never responded, ever. So I would like some answers. If somebody could talk to either the superintendent or the principal or whoever's in charge of the CTE program. You know what I'm saying? I mean, either if it was grants or the new millage, our tax dollars went for that. And I pushed for that millage hard because there's a lot of people in Ypsi that said, I don't want my property tax to go up anymore. And it seems like it was just squandered. I don't know if somebody can, I know I left my email on paper, if somebody can get back to me and tell me why there was no communication. I mean, it's just insane to me. The refusal for them to call me back as a parent of one of their students. I understand that they're busy, but they took that job and responded to the parents' concerns as part of the job as the principal and the superintendent.
Thank you, Emily Carroll. We appreciate your comments this evening, and as a board, we hear your frustration and we hear your concerns, and be assured that someone will be in contact with you to follow up.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephen. How do you pronounce your last name?
Keranen.
Keranen, Stephen Keranen. Thank you.
I worked for YCS for about 5 years, and I've been trying to get my recertification. My certification expired, and for the last 3 years, I didn't get all credit for all the PD hours that I attended. And I'm like short, like a whole bunch, but I was contacted them back in 2025, and I was told that they don't keep records of professional development in files. I was asked, well, can I get a copy of a school calendar so I can figure out what the hours are from there? And they said they only have the current school year schedule. And they said if I can, document my hours, get back with them, and then they'll see what they can do with putting those hours in. Well, that was in December of 2025. I finally find the school calendars, and with some help from some other people documenting, and then some of the materials that I still had from those PD days. I documented my hours. Originally, they gave me 69.5 hours, and I was able to document 186 hours, which is well over than what I need to be able to renew my certification. I emailed them back, several people, with the documents laid out, and I contacted 3 different people, and I have not received any kind of answer from them, and that was mid-June. And I left voice messages at least 2 different spots and received no kind of phone calls or anything else. I contacted the state of Michigan, and through the Department of Ed, I think it was Claudia Nicole, and she was saying that I need to work with the school district or the county ISD, and to try to have them document these hours and try so I can get credit for the training that I did receive. And then when I contacted the ISD, the Washington ISD, I talked to Cheryl's Taylor over there, and she said, yeah, all you guys, we have to figure out what the hours were, what the type of training was, and it should be no problem for the YCS to be able to enter those hours into the system, and so I can get credit for the hours that I did attend. And she apologized that she said, I'm not sure what's happening, why you're not getting anything from any response back. Like I said, it took me several months to try to figure this out, to find all this information and then compile it and send that stuff in. So I've been working on that stuff for whatever. Let's see. Yeah, and I was told that I had to document my hours back in December. That was in an email, and I did that. And like I said, I'm not receiving any kind of response from them.
Thank you for your comments this evening. We will make sure someone follows up with you and helps you to navigate getting the hours and the credits that you're seeking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, that takes us to item 6 on the agenda, and that is our closed session this evening. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education convene in closed session under Section 81C of the Open Meetings Act to consider a collective bargaining strategy negotiations.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Sorry, point of order. Sorry,
Oh.
Madam President.
I apologize. This is a roll call vote.
Trustee Goodrich.
Aye.
Trustee Fields.
Aye, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Feels right.
Yes. Trustee Sutton Kennedy. I vote aye. Trustee Townsend.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Hawkins.
Aye. That motion passes. We will leave out of this room, and and go into closed session and return back into this room for our open session to continue our agenda items for this evening. The time is 7 p.m. and the Board of Education is in closed session.
Because I also have another issue with, when they did the snow walk, the protest with ICE, and Maddie signed up for it. And then she went to the, gym or something, and they were meeting up, and the principal called her out by name and said that she could not participate. And when she asked why, she said that it wasn't I called her.
And that happened at the, it's the high school.
I just get zero. I text everybody, they say, oh, well, you know, school gets out at 2:30, you should go for that. I work, I'm at work, I can't.
No, right, and you should be getting a call back. And I'll find out, because the year two students stayed at Beautiful Lux all the year, so she's a year one student?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Because I know the year one students were sent here after they they closed down and left our students outside. So we had to take us in.
The Beauty Lux closed down?
Yes, and they only took year two. So we took them in and we weren't ready for that. So,
Because
I
I
definitely follow up.
communicated when it happened.
But that should, you should communicate.
The only communication I got was through Beauty Lux, and they said that it was the high school that they sent it.
I'll follow up with not only the principal, but Ryan Roll, who like runs all of our CTE programs, to find out exactly what happened and why the communication, but I just want to apologize. Neither one of my sisters have ever read or seen a name before, that's why I was like, that's crazy. So I apologize for that communication. And I'll make sure, well, now you have Dr. Lopez, because he is the one who follows up with parents. It would have gone to him, so he's the one, so I can get face to face. Okay. We'll be back.
there when they were doing the paving, I had to do the fire inspections and stuff. I got all that stuff done. And they paved the lot, got to park different places, because we were parked on the lot. He said, oh, no, we're gonna come and pave it. I said, okay, where do you want us to go? Give us a hint. We just went on. Yeah, they did a nice job of getting the water to run through two sewers. That was, and then they were doing the back, the old basketball court. But other than that, it's, looks like it got pretty good. Oh, you off for the summer, what's the deal?
No, I'm working.
Okay.
Working down the street from, Ace.
Okay.
The school over there, the multilingual school.
I'm out the roundhouse.
I'll be there, I'm over there, the 800 wing, I'm in the 800 wing.
Okay.
But they were using, they looked at themselves and, but they did take the support from the district for them to learn the job of being a Oh, definitely, I would say on some councils and other boards. Right, and right here, so many
I really like your hair, it looks so cute, thank you.
Here, he did, I guess I did,
But then after I took out my last pinky twist, so I kind of took a break from doing that. Okay. I think I just let I was neglecting.
and that's very important.
My hair so
Yeah.
I think that's what happened. So, and then I finally, so here was the good thing about going to the conference. Was that I bumped into a science teacher that used to work at the like a training person together in Auburn years ago with Scott used to still here. And so I was like, hey, she's like, well, you know, I'm still around, work out there, but I still go for getting my hair done. What's wrong? Yeah, and so I stopped by, because I stayed up in the penthouse. So I stopped by, made an appointment, and so, and then I explained to her my issue, that I can't stand people in my head. Like, that's just the real reality, like, even though I'm getting my hair braided, like, that's too high. Like, I'm shaking my leg, like, I'm like, I'm holding stuff down, like, I'm going through the motions, you know? And so, but I was like, you know, people say these things to me that don't make any sense, and I just got to, by anybody's recommendation, just cut off all my hair, so I overbraided it, just in case something else I did with that. So, and I was like, so I have adult experiences where people just like started whacking my hair, and I'm like, why? And I'm like, what? That's what Roshan talking about. Me saying, unless he sent me the picture. I can sit all day. Promise you, man, I can do like that. I don't know, they can crochet me. They can crochet me. Young lady at, working on her and she was like, you know, YouTube, you're gonna find out, because I want to know how to get my hair curled. 'Cause I want some curls.
Ben? You guys ever figure out where those ghost calls came from me? Ghost calls? I was, about last few weeks of the school year. Yeah. I was getting calls, outside calls. I pick up the phone, no, nothing. And so
It's not the longest drive, like to you, it'd be like this. It's 64-bit word on this other. It's taxing on me, I'm like, oh Lord, like 30 minutes away is not a lot, but it's just like, but I feel it. When you
Especially if you go in, more than one time a week, or if you go on routine, if you're doing this on a routine 4 or 5 times.
So, like, cause I have to, so we're guardian, so legally I have to, be there,
And a lot of the
you
stuff
know,
that we
legally you
manage,
have to see someone at least every 3 months, you know, that's just ridiculous, if you really care about somebody being able to.
grow and
And so, but you gotta keep track of, you know,
you can put applications to
and
it.
so to help me keep track, I just take a picture, I do a selfie, right, so I can go like, every year, like, and then I just put all the pictures in a file, and I go back on the dates, so so that's what I was doing at the, here.
Oh, yeah? Why'd you become a teacher?
Cause it's a big fee when you initially file,
That's an
cause initially it costs like $105 to file. But then with your little fee,
It's like, it's like the west, the sun will still catch you.
right?
I don't know how far past you drive across country, the sun will still.
So my deadline is tomorrow. So I can't just say, I'm still thinking about doing this.
But I did make it happen. I did try to make it happen. Android, the whole bit, you know.
After we met with, Loretta Hanlon,
Think about programming, right, programming.
Melissa Bookshill,
It's a lot of,
she used to work for the ISD.
it's just a lot of, you gotta know so much.
And so I worked with her for like 3 years to teach actually. So
Like,
it was
people
fun
that
because
do
we
it,
coincided
you gotta
with,
love it.
the,
Especially,
Verizon Business Project Series.
like, you just gotta be really into it. And for me, if it's
So,
not like core work, like I'm not
you see,
doing
you
that,
know,
like my free time, just programming and all that stuff,
Really
you know,
nice, really nice.
I like to golf.
Like she was
I like
sitting
to
back
be
there,
outdoors
great president.
a little
Like
bit,
you
you
was
know,
not
hanging
gonna
out
do
with
that. That was from the,
So-
talking about congratulations. Like,
spending a
that's
bit
kind
of
of nice.
time
So
programming
I'm saying that to
alone,
say,
you know?
so I was like, you know
need you to
what?
go to-
I'm going to support through this process. I need to
So
get
your
this
favorite
process
words, I
about
need
some
you
what
to
my
go
what
to.
to do with
Oh,
this,
yeah.
that, you know?
But,
And
I mean, most of
she
it
said,
too,
I called her up and I told her my design.
like I can
And
learn
she
it,
said, you know, we'll do a
but,
workshop for
and I did take some
If
college
you want
classes
it,
on it,
I was
but I
like,
didn't really enjoy
keep
it.
talking. I'll take that.
Oh, yeah.
And so then,
I like the
so
people
she told me,
aspect
so
more.
I called her up, because I'm like, I feel like I just
Getting
want
to
to know
know
what she
people,
say.
helping them
And
out
so,
whenever I can.
but now,
The time is 8:05. The Board of Education is reconvening back into open session. We are now at item number 8 on our agenda, which is our action item under Human Resources, and that's the approval of the YCEA Collective Bargaining Agreement. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, I move that the Board of Education approve the collective bargaining agreement between the district and the Ypsilanti Community Education Association, NEA, effective upon ratification through June 30th, 2029.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Goodrich. Is there support for this motion? Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations. Yes, thank you. Now that takes us to item 9, which is the request for a closed section under section 8H OMA, attorney-client privilege. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy moved that the Board of Education convene in closed session under section 8H of the OMA, attorney-client privilege.
A motion has been made by trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Goodrich.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Goodrich. This is a roll call vote.
Trustee Goodrich?
Aye.
Trustee Fields? Trustee Sutton Kennedy, I vote aye. Trustee Townsend?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Hawkins?
Aye. The motion passes. It is 8:07. The board will convene in closed session and return back to this room to reconvene back into open session. Exciting.
I know, I thought that maybe you shot, but I was like, I know we got a lot.
Well, yeah, we do. That was, I was like, yeah. I don't know if they'll, when we come back. We'll just keep moving.
Oh, that's what we just said. She said she had something to say. Comment.
I thought I had to wait for public.
Yeah, she was kind of looking to you.
Where are you from? Because you're not from Muskegon.
No, Detroit.
Detroit, okay.
Yeah, my mom is, so like your dad is there, my mom's here. So I'm close to home now. We are where we are. Congratulations. Thank you. Great job on negotiating. I know you.
I told her, but you cannot do this. She was too much fun.
Yes, that's right. You got to come together. I mean, just like our students have to learn to come together. There's a beginning.
It is marvelous in our eyes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, like, but
Yes.
Oh, no, I came there, yes. Yes, I did, but I was like, I gotta go to work tomorrow. I got my kids' summer jobs, so I gotta get them out. Like, you work, they work. You're like, you'll never get tired.
I get it, I get it.
Yeah, and so, but no, this is beautiful. What a beautiful team of people, you know? You think how far we've come, like,
I was just seeing that,
how far we have come.
and I said, you won't let me know if you want to have
Yes. I'm like, stop, don't complain. You don't know what you got.
Listen.
Cut it. Act right.
That's
That's it. Act right.
You say you don't even have any idea.
No, it's like, congratulations.
Are you just moving this one spot?
given the time that it was in the Victorian era, when it was pretty much being built, and the building house, and they could fall or something like that. It's kind of absurd. So having you say, hey, I want to go around, everybody all upset. Because he's saying, you don't spend all the money in your budget, you'll lose part of that budget, and guess what? And in that mindset is fraud, because now they should expend it, it's not anything.
We had $1,000. We spent 18 You said I got that $2,000. And all of a sudden, I said, you've got to spend. If you don't spend 20, what we're gonna do, we're gonna take that $2,000. Yeah, and so my problem is,
See, that, and that's what I just said, it's not official policy, you spend it, or you lose it policy.
that's right.
They, unofficially, not written, but officially, they'll tell you that you have to do that.
What I have to do at the last minute, I have to turn it up and spend $2,000 quickly. Let's spend something.
You know how you can tell all that's happening? When I worked at WCC, when I worked at WC, CMU, when I was a student, and worked in the office, taking classes, I heard whispers of I was working in the office with the department heads. So I was around when they were going into those meetings with the department, okay, and they'd come up pissed off or upset. But look, we talked about some things, it wasn't until I went to WCC where I saw the full display. Because facilities maintenance department is rampant with it. Well, all the departments are. That one, because I saw one year, do one floor in the LA building. And the next year, at the end of the same year, that they did it again. So they had to collect it, what's going see how it goes up, it never goes down. Like, that's what.
The time is 9 PM. The Board of Education is back in open session. Before we move on to our next item on the agenda, I would like to ask the board's consideration to invite, since we just approved our contract this evening, if we could allow Ms. Tillerson to come up and address the board with comments that she might have. Would that be okay with the board?
Yes.
Okay. We sorry we didn't get you in before, so we'd like you to, and thanks for staying.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. So on behalf of the Ypsilanti Community Education Association, I want to thank, I want to thank Ypsi Community Schools Administration. I appreciate you. I appreciate the work, the time, the commitment that you all have put in to negotiating with us. It was a respectful, committed, it was just, I appreciate it. Because I know it's not easy to negotiate, and you don't get everything you want. It's a give and it's a take. And one thing about it, what I like about the administration, I don't care what we brought to you all listen. I never heard you never said, Oh, nobody listen to that. Oh no, we're not doing that. You are never said that at all. You always listen to what we had to say. I am so proud to be a part of the negotiation team. I'm proud to be a part of this uh, uh, um, district. I am proud to represent Ypsilanti Community Education Association. It's not easy work, but it's work that's well worth it. And when we work together, we do get a lot accomplished. We are stronger together. We are where we are. We are where we are because we work together. And I know because I've been here from the beginning. I know where we were, and I know where we've come to. And so I appreciate you, Dr. Zachary Ross. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Sue McCarty. I appreciate you. Barbara Brown, you were the first time to this negotiation team. I appreciate you and thank you for the work you did and the time that you put in. I know it wasn't easy, but I appreciate you. Dr. Lopez, thank you. I appreciate you. I know it takes time, but I appreciate people. And I think if you got a time to say you appreciate somebody, you should take that time and appreciate them. I appreciate your team. Thank them for me. I had members sitting on the team on the other side of the table, and they were worried. But that's my principle. I don't want to cause any confusion with them. And they didn't have to, and it didn't. We worked together, and I appreciate that. I appreciate my team. I appreciate the work that they put in, the time that they put in. It was a great experience. I had 2 new people on my team, and they both said, oh, thank you for asking me to be on the team. It was nothing like what they originally said, oh, I don't know, why are you asking me? I don't want to be on the team. It didn't turn out that way. And so it was a good experience for them. They told me to make sure I asked them again because they appreciate it. And so I say I thank you. And then I end with saying the retirement, the retirees. I thank each and every one of them for the years that they put in. That's over 100 years putting in this community. We will never be able to replace them. I'm sorry, we just will not be able to replace them. We may come near, but it won't come all the way up to what and who they are. So I appreciate them and all the work they did. I made sure on Thursday that I was the last person to see Miss Lois. I had her to sign my certification renewal certificate. So I have the privilege of being the last certification renewal certificate that she notarized. And so I appreciate Miss Lois from the bottom of my heart. I don't care when I emailed her, she always responded. She always did her best to make sure she represented YCS very well.
Yes.
And she had a good connection and a relationship with Ypsilanti Community Education Association. So I say thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. And thank you, Dr. Hawkins, for letting me speak before. Didn't make to the second public announcer. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate the board. I appreciate you all passing. I forgot that part. I appreciate you all passing the contract. So thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much for those heartfelt words, Ms. Tillerson, and for hanging here with us. And we apologize that we didn't get you right after. So thank you for staying here. We know that this contract represents the tenacious work of the district and the Ypsilanti Community Education Association on this new bargaining agreement, which is for 3 years. And that is something to be celebrated, to be acknowledged, and to be appreciated on both sides. Board members, are there any comments that you would like to make before we move on the agenda?
I'll just say what I said earlier. Not that close. I just wanted to thank everyone who participated with the negotiation teams, who represented the district as well as the YCEA. I know it was a lot of work, additional hours on top of everyone's regular duties. And so I appreciate all of the effort and work that people, and time that everyone put in to draw up that agreement and those updates.
Thank you, trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate sustainability in the district, and we want to create long-term educators.
Yes.
I'm married to an educator, so I appreciate this for everybody.
Yes, it's a lot of work, but it's important and it matters. Trustee Goodrich.
I'd just like to congratulate everyone involved on such a successful and collaborative negotiation. It's truly, I think, something to be proud of, and it makes me proud to be part of YCS as well. So thank
Yes.
you all.
Thank you. Any other comments? Thank you, board. Thank you, Dr. Zachary Ross, your entire team, Ms. McCarty, Ms. Boone, Dr. Lopez. I'm just gonna name everybody. Dr. Coscarella, everybody who is here. We know that nothing happens in YCS without collaboration, and we do know from day one, our superintendent has always said we are stronger together. And I think your words embody that and exemplify what it looks like when you all have a common goal and interest, and you move towards that goal in a way that feels respectful, and the outcome is where everybody feels appreciated. So thank you again, Ms. Tillerson, for all your leadership and all your service and all your years and commitment to this district. Thank you so much, and thank you again for waiting and hanging with us and sharing these wonderful comments tonight. Yes. All right. Okay, board, let's get us back to our agenda on track. We are at item number 11, which is our budget presentation. Dr. Zachary Ross.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, you have heard the 26-27. There needs to be a final amendment to our 25-26 budget, and so this will be the final budget presentation of the year. Thank you, Ms. Boone, again, and welcome.
Thank you. Good evening again, Dr. Hawkins, members of the board, superintendent, members of the community. This is 25-26 district final budget amendment. As you know, school budgets are a living document. We start the year with best guesses, but over the course of 12 months, things change. Grant dollars clear, enrollment shifts slightly, and unexpected cost savings pop up. The final amendment locks in all of revenues and actual spending so we can close our books accurately. The great news tonight is that we are finishing the year with a balanced budget and a financial surplus. We brought in $100.4 million. This came primarily from state aid, local tax revenue, income and transfers, and federal funding based on a tax levy of 18 mills of the local tax revenue. The total expenditures we spent was $99.8 million. This surplus leaves us with a this leaves us with a $552,000 in revenue over expenses surplus. With this gives us a 10.14% fiscal stability cushion. Our biggest investment is exactly where it belongs, directly with our scholars. We dedicated over $45 million directly to instructional core, which combines basic programs and added needs services. That means elementary, middle school, high school, staff, and the building needs, as well as special services and compensatory education. The $45 million ensured that every single YCS classroom had curriculum materials, resources needed to deliver high-quality instruction, funded classroom teachers, special supports, reading intervention, and just day-to-day instructional supplies. I want to highlight why these numbers shifted from our original projection, because throughout the year, we adjusted the line item for two major reasons. We received final allocation numbers for federal and state grants later in the year. We amended the budget to accurately tie those restricted dollars to classroom resources and personnel, as well as adjusting lines mid-year to reflect real-time costs of substitute staffing, adjusted special support needs, and curriculum update as enrollment stabilized. The takeaway is these amendments weren't overspending. They represent the deliberate steering of funds directly into classroom spaces to ensure meaningful learning outcomes. Our investments support not only the students' learning, but also the people and systems that keeps our schools running effectively. To make sure those classrooms can run effectively, the rest of our budget was spent on support infrastructure, like district operations and maintenance, keeping our buildings safe, clean, and conditioned. This paid for custodial services, preventive HVAC maintenance to control building climate, and curricular safety compliance restrictions. This also paid for transportation, safely moving our scholars to and from school every day. I would like to briefly review the 25-26 final budget amendment. The purpose of this final budget amendment is to update our budget to reflect actual revenues and expenditures through the end of the fiscal year. This ensures our budget accurately reflects the district's financial activity before we close the books for the year. The total revenues are projected. We're still finalizing, and so these numbers that I'm giving you is what we have left to submit drawdowns for. It's $100.4 million. Total expenditures are $99.9 million. This result in an operating surplus of approximately $553,000. Because revenues exceed expenditures, we expect to increase our general fund balance from the June 2025 of 9.58 at the beginning of the year to approximately 10.13 million at year end. This positive result reflects careful financial management throughout the year. As revenues and expenditures changed, we adjusted the budget to ensure resources would align with the district priorities while maintaining fiscal responsibility. I think that is very important because throughout the years, it wasn't always that case. So I respectfully recommend the board approve this 25-26 final budget amendment. What questions might you have? Felt like I went through that fast.
Thank you, Ms. Boone, for this thorough presentation this evening, and for all of your hard work. I'll open it up to the board for any questions or comments they may have.
Well, as part of the chair and committee chair for facilities, what is the name of our committee? Finance and operations, is that right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's too many names. I would really like to say I really appreciate you coming in at a critical time, getting things where they need to be. And really, I like the new approach of where we're going and how things are being done. And I also want to commend Mr. Birchwell in facilities, because that's a crucial part of the budget as well. We got a lot accomplished this
Yes.
year, a lot.
Yes.
With our facilities and making sure that they are at a level of where we need to be for our students to thrive, and just the additions and the creative thinking about how we can increase enrollment, expand the facilities without breaking the bank. And so I do love working on this committee, And I know the thoughtfulness that both you all have when it comes to our expenses and making sure things are good. Our audit, the person that handles our audit was very complimentary to Ms. Boone and her team as far as how they quickly answered questions, got things done, and I appreciate that. I think we're heading in a good direction. And just, I appreciate you being in the trenches.
Yeah.
Because it was the trenches.
Yeah.
And so, but I'm excited for where we're going, and thank you for this detailed report. I love the detailed report. I don't know about the rest of the board, but
Oh, yes.
we appreciate it.
Yes, we do.
So I don't have any more questions because I usually ask a lot during our meetings, and you all are doing a great job. So
Thank
please
you.
tell your
Thank
team
you.
as well.
Thank you. I will.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend. Any other board comments?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy,
Yes.
thank you for all the information you shared today
Thank you. You're welcome.
and all your work on this.
Thank you. All
All
right.
right. Thank you again, Ms. Boone. Outstanding job. We continue to elevate, and it's because of the people who sit in the seats. So thank you for all you do and will continue to do for
Thank you.
YCS.
Thank you.
All right, that takes us to item 12, and that is our consent agenda. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend moved that the Board of Education approve the June 1st, 2026 regular board meetings minutes to personal matters as per the presented listed date 6/12/26, new hires, resignations, and retirements.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion? Thank you. Supported by Trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to action item number 13 under Student Affairs, which is the acceptance of a field trip request for Ypsilanti Community High School on July 23rd, 2026 to Cedar Point. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy, move that the Board of Education approve the field trip for YCHS to Cedar Point on July 23, 2026.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. Any questions from the board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the acceptance of the Concentric Educational Solutions contract. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields, move that the Board of Education accepts the Concentric Educational Solutions contract for $24,970.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Vice President Lee.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. Any questions from the board or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to item 14, which is our action item under Business and Finance, and that is our resolution for the 2025-2026 year-end final budget. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Townsend moved that the Board of Education approve the attached resolution for the 2025-26 final budget.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Townsend. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the resolution for the 2026-2027 initial budget. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields, move that the Board of Education approve the attached 2026-27 General Appropriations Resolution.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Trustee Sutton Kennedy.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Sutton Kennedy. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to the approval of the FSMC with SFE. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam
Hawkins.
President, Vice President Lee, move that the Board of Education accept as presented the contract agreement for the Food Services Management Company cost reimbursable contract for the period of July 1, 2026 through June 30, 2027.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Is there support for this motion?
Support trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by Trustee Townsend. Any questions on this item?
Yes, can you kind of talk about that? This is not the moving from the other? Yes. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Trustee Fields. Dr. Zachary Ross?
Yes, so we know that we've been in the RFP process. Not Trustee Boone. Ms. Boone provided a PowerPoint. We just didn't do a full presentation. There was, the RFP went out, there was walkthroughs, thank you. There are board members on the walkthrough and committee members. There are there were 8 groups that walked through. All 8 did present electronic bids. We went through the evaluation process in which there was a scoring rubric that Michigan Department of Ed requires the district to complete ahead of time, and we had some weighted pieces to it. One was for training, another one was for references, and we had 3 big weights. Was it the finance piece to it? Yes. Was the third, making sure that their audits and things were done well. So, based off of those rubrics, each team member individually scored. After reviewing the bids, 2 of the vendors were identified as the top vendors. At that point, the references again had a high weight, so all references were checked. As a matter of fact, anybody they were in Michigan were called so that we could hear from them. Based off of the reference checks, mostly, because the scoring was pretty tight, because there's requirements on that rubric. But based off of that, Southwest Food Service Excellence is the one that really came to the top of that. And so this would be, if the board approved this, it would go to Michigan Department of Ed for that contract execution. So all the details will be in the contract.
And then that will come back to the board at a later time? Or is this the approval?
The bid would, and then the details to the contract we bring when we actually execute the contract.
It has to go, once the recommendation is approved, then I submit that and rest of the information to MDE, and we have to get a final approval through MDE, and then we can execute the contract.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Tonight, we do have someone from SFE here as well, who has sat through our meeting. Your board meeting.
Yes, Trustee Goodrich.
Not a question, but just a comment. I just wanted to express excitement. I think that the emphasis on quality and local sourcing is really exciting, and I'm really optimistic about what this is going to mean for what we can provide nutritionally for our scholars.
Thank you, Trustee Goodrich. Do we want to invite? Since you're here, you've been
She
here the
said
whole
no.
meeting.
She said no.
No? No?
We can't do it yet.
Oh, we cannot. I'm sorry. I'm ahead of myself. A motion has been made by Vice President Lee. Remind me who seconded that motion. Was it you, Trustee Sutton Kennedy?
Townsend.
Townsend, thank you. A motion was made by Vice President Lee, supported by Trustee Townsend. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries.
Madam President, before we proceed, I had a question about item 14B, but we didn't ask for questions. And then we went into the next item pretty quickly, so.
You had a question on 14?
14B, the one we just did right before this,
The resolution for the budget?
for the 26-27 budget. And my question was that the motion that we have here says that it approves the attached 26-27 general appropriations resolution, but we have 5 resolutions. So should the motion have included all of the other resolutions as well?
You're saying the food service point, yes.
Yes.
The food service, IPSI, and Willow Run Dads.
An activity fund.
And activity fund. I feel like I'm missing one more.
Sinking fund? Because the way it reads, it only reads that we approve the general appropriations one.
Yes, but I don't like this part. I'm not for sure how you guys normally do that. I'm not for sure how that works.
It's 3 resolutions here.
Yeah, later on, she sent some. She sent 5. She sent 5 later.
We never have before.
No,
No.
we haven't done it before. Are you good, trustee Sutton Kennedy? Yep, just to make sure. Okay. Thank you for your question. That now takes us to D, which is the acceptance of a home's,
No. We already did.
we just voted on the food contract.
We on D, 14D.
D.
D as in dog. We just
the
did,
bottom.
we just did C.
We had already voted on B, and then we moved on before I could get out that I had a question, so, yeah.
Yeah, we went to C, and then we went back to B on the previous, because trustee Sutton Kennedy, but now we're on D as a dog. It's all right, it's okay, it's late, and we've been here for, yes, that's okay, trustee Townsend. That takes us to item D, which is the acceptance of a home STEAM elementary school furniture purchase for their innovation space. Is there a motion at this time?
Trustee Sutton Kennedy moved that the Board of Education accept the Lakeshore Learning Materials quote for $38,895.81 to purchase furniture for Home STEAM Elementary School's innovation space.
Thank you. A motion was made by trustee Sutton Kennedy. Is there support for this motion?
Support, trustee Townsend.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Townsend. Any questions on this item, board? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. That now takes us to E, which is a donation, the STEM grant from Burns and McDonald. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Vice President Lee move that the Board of Education accept the donation of a 5,000 STEM grant from Burns and McDonald to ACE.
Thank you, Vice President Lee. That motion has been made. Is there support for this motion?
Trustee Fields, I support.
Thank you. Supported by trustee Fields. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you to Burns and McDonald for investing in our innovative learning opportunities that prepare our students for future college and career pathways. We are incredibly grateful for your generosity. Next, that takes us to item F, which is a donation from Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Ann Arbor Alumni Chapter. Is there a motion at this time?
Madam President, Trustee Fields move that the Board of Education accept the donation of the feminine hygiene products from Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Ann Arbor Alumni Chapter.
Thank you. A motion has been made by trustee Fields. Is there support for this motion?
Support, Vice President Lee.
Thank you. Supported by Vice President Lee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Thank you, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Ann Arbor Alumni Chapter, and all of our students are grateful in the ways that you've impacted them with this donation. That now takes us to item 15, which is our midterm monitoring session with Mary Kerwin from Michigan Association of School Boards.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Superintendent, and leaders. Thank you. I thought that we would start with the board, thought we would start with the board self-assessment.
the boards, since you were all recognized tonight for your high achievement in your certification process, I would like to go ahead and point out that the board's self-assessment really does address all of your roles and responsibilities. We do this as a board, so if you will, answer 4 always, 3 usually, 2 occasionally, by simply raising your hand when you think it fits. So on the board self-assessment for the midterm, the board uses a 2-way communication process with the superintendent whereby neither the board nor the superintendent is surprised at meetings. 4 is always. Okay. The board ensures that a systematic program is maintained by the staff to orient newly elected or appointed board members to their duties and responsibilities, as well as to acquaint them with board policies and operating procedures. Okay, and this is an important year because this is an election year. So please be mindful that things are prepared when people are beginning to file, indicating their interest in the board seat, that everyone would understand what it means to be a board member. Okay. The board operates according to written policies that are updated on a regular basis. Okay, and we'd like to recognize that this will be an important year, right, Maria? That, that policies that people have been working on for years and years and years should come to fruition this year. When policy is adopted, both the board and staff adhere to it. Very rare. The board acts as a policymaking and governance body. The superintendent is held responsible for administration and evaluation of school programs. Okay, thank you. Before making a decision on any matter other than the superintendent's contract, the board allows the superintendent ample opportunity to develop staff recommendations. Okay. The board does not respond to emotional pressure and does not write instant policy. It provides the superintendent with an opportunity to develop policy proposals. Excellent. The board understands and uses rules of order to conduct its meetings. Board members arrive at meetings prepared to contribute to discussion and do not waste valuable meeting time requesting information that has already been provided. Very good. Board members are representatives of the entire community, not just a special interest group. Okay. When citizen and special interest group recommendations are considered, the board explains its position and the reasons which may prevent it from implementing all recommendations. Okay. The board and superintendent work well together in a spirit of mutual confidence. The board respects the daily executive responsibility of the superintendent, and the superintendent respects the governance responsibility of the board. Okay. In cooperation with the superintendent, the board has received a set of criteria in goals, which are monitored for progress during the course of the year. We're going to look at some of these after. Oh, right. Okay. We're going to look at those at the midterm monitoring section, which will be next. Okay. Fairness and diligence are used by the board and in the superintendent evaluation process. Yes. Official actions of board members concern the welfare of the school system only. No board member uses her office or their office for patronage, personal profit, or advance. Okay. Only the entire board can decide a course of action. Board members are careful to speak publicly on issues only as individuals. Okay. And major responsibilities of the board include establishing priorities and ensuring SMART goals are in place so the priorities are clear and tracked. And those are some of the things we'll look at tonight. And so those were all 4s that matches your December piece. Just if you'll allow me, I've been with this board for a long time. I watched many board meetings across this state. I think the way you listen carefully during public comment, which is your role, is something that should be applauded. You're very comfortable with public comment. You are careful in the reflections that you give to the public. And I think that you may not know that this is not necessarily the norm across the state or nation.
Yeah, that was one of the,
Yeah, I saw you.
what I changed. Would you recommend to approve how the board functions? I put that down, set clear procedure for public comments.
Okay.
Because, okay, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Because I feel we're getting confused with the public comments. You know, we have a policy or a procedure, may I say, for public comments, but we're not following that procedure. Some people want us to change that procedure to suit the public. But this is a board meeting. And it's a board meeting, not a public meeting. You know, so we follow board rules, not public rules. You see what I'm saying? Maybe you can explain it better.
I think that's right. It is, the governing process takes place here. The public has a right to come. If we say that it's a 3-minute, then it's wise to, when you hear the ching, 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 as a reminder that that concludes your time at the mic tonight. And again, you know, graciously thank. I always see that happen. The reason I brought it up is because I know there is an interest in solving problems, but the problem solver is sitting here, not an elected member of this board. So we listen to whatever a member of the public comes to present. As I always say, it's a very old term, it was their dime. I don't even know if people sitting at this table remember when you used to put dimes in the phone, but it's their dime, they get to speak. Oftentimes it's a perspective, and there are multiple perspectives. So that interest in solving a problem doesn't sit with us because we are policy makers. I think for us, when we hear problems, our question really is this a one-off or is this something that is impacting multiple scholars in our area? So that's something that can be addressed with the superintendent at another time. The superintendent generally will get back to whatever specific problem was so the board will know that things were addressed. But I bring that up because I do know that there is a great level of respect in this room. It's respect for each other, respect for the people sitting in this table, respect for the people who come to your meetings, and for the people throughout your educational community. So that stronger together piece really comes through the board. You sit with each other, so I just wanted to share from my perspective of what I see. You do this really well. Never when I've asked, what do you think you do particularly well, have you answered this? So I wanted to share with you. Tonight has been really it's a wonderful meeting tonight, you have to admit. There's been a lot of appreciation going around. So I hope that you feel appreciated for the way that you conduct yourselves at the meeting, and particularly when there's public comment. So that was personal privilege, but I wanted to share that because we usually cover what do you do well. Ta-da! Okay. Yes, please.
Just as, you know, what you were saying is what we do well, and you said listening to them. And to address Vice President Lee's comment, her thought about the public comment. And then my thought would be on that is, if not here, where? We don't have any other opportunity where our constituents, community can speak. We don't offer any other opportunity, so we can't hear them. They're the ones who got us where we are, right? So if we're not really listening to what they have to say, whether we are not solving it here, but like you said, we have to listen. You know what I mean? So, and if we're not doing it here, where are we doing it? Where are we giving them an opportunity to voice their concerns, hear their opinion. You know, I'm just asking a question. I'm just saying, as a board, because yes, this is a board meeting, and I agree with that. But if not here, where? Because we don't have these opportunities nowhere else. When are we going to listen to what the community or the people have to say? Whether we're answering it now or whenever, but when else? I'm just saying for us, because it's when we meet. We don't have any other time to listen to what they have to say. We don't offer surveys like, I mean, we have in the past, but we don't like have a thing on our website, so, oh, what do you have to say? Whatever that looks like. But we have to give them that opportunity. Because if not for them, we would not be where we are, right? Because they feel that the ones who are in these seats now are the ones they feel that can get the job done. We're gonna be here, you know, to fight for whatever it is they're looking for, but if we don't have that opportunity here, where? That's my question.
You
Like,
have,
this is a board meeting.
you have mentioned this in the past as an interest in having, you know, a coffee with the board or just an opportunity to talk with, that's not a meeting, but simply to receive input. This is a very good year. This is a Cognia year. So there will be a lot of, you will be asked by Cognia. Have you already been surveyed? Each of you will be surveyed by Cognia because they'll be looking for the board. And you saw in the material that we're going to go through next for the midterm monitoring that Cognia has conducted surveys. There was an interest in December in having surveys, multiple types of surveys. And so the feedback that is contained in the midterm assessment seemed authentic and guiding, which included guardians, it included staff members, great comments from kids. I mean, so authentic to what, you know, really have to. And again, Cognia, that is a third-party survey. And it's nice to have that over time because you can see over time consistent. So again, it would have to be the way this would work. If there was if you would have informal discussions or meet the board or coffee with the board, again, that would have to come from the consensus of the board. And I really suggest that if you're planning to do a retreat or something like that, you see whether there is a full consensus. And then there is a format for doing that. But that format for let's talk to people is not the board meeting. The board meeting is a meeting where you govern.
Right.
It's not a meeting where you get to chat. And the chatting part is good. I know that you're very involved. Many of you sitting at the table. Summer, there's like tons of activities. There's the parking lot jazz. There's the, right. And I know that you all visit, some people have camps. So that you're really with a lot of your educational community a lot. And so those talks, again, and the listening part are important. But my suggestion would be if it is a 3-minute ding, 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 it really has to terminate at 3 minutes. That idea of just, we'll fill it in afterwards. That would be my one suggestion.
I just want to make sure I'm clear on what's being said tonight. I want to make sure, so with the rollout of the strategic plan, there has been events where the community has been invited to provide additional concerns, questions in regards to the direction that we're going. So those are opportunities where the public can come to the board. We've had at least three of them right now. So those would be those opportunities, as well as if I'm understanding your question, you were pretty much saying, Vice President Lee, it's not the board necessarily wanting to change that. You were saying the public may want us to change. Am I understanding what you were saying, or are you saying board members are looking to change, wanted to have concerns about change the policy, or both?
It was an incident where some members of the board wanted us to address the members of the public at the public comment session and solve their problems right then and there. You know, address them right then and there. The public comment, they only have 3 minutes. if we try to do that to everybody, we'll be doing public comment all night long. We wouldn't even get a chance to finish our business. You know, it's a board member, it's a board meeting. It's not a public meeting. We can't satisfy everybody, right then and there. That's why we had the policy that we cannot respond, don't address each member, and the board president will, or someone will get back to you on that topic. That's all I'm saying. Of course, I am not saying do not respond to the public. I'm not saying that. I do and I feel for the public, for their issues. Of course I do. I'm just saying we cannot address everybody at that time. We would be here until midnight.
I agree. So I like what we've been doing, but we're not consistent. But I like what we're doing as far as responding. We can't respond at the meeting. That has never been my intent. But I like the response later. You know what I mean? As we're writing down what they're saying, I think we owe that to them.
Yeah.
If they're taking out their time to come here, whether it's 2 minutes, however many minutes it is, but we need to know that they hear, we're listening, no matter what that response might be. But I think that we owe that to them. If they're coming here, whatever that opinion, somebody responds back, whatever that
Of
looks
course.
like. But I think if they're taking that time to come here and address their concerns to us, we cannot address that here.
Right.
I don't want that to be, because I never thought that. But I think that we should address them at some point and in a timely fashion.
Exactly.
So I just want to jump in and,
Please.
I just want to jump in and comment just in terms of our protocol and our public comment. It has always been our practice to really honor what our protocol says. And to Vice President Lee's point, I understand why she's raising the point, because our job is to listen, which as a board we have done since I've been on the board. We listen to the public. The only thing that has been different in recent, I would say within this past year, is that some issues that come before the board, and I kind of assess, especially if there's something that's coming before the board that we know might benefit from a comment back to just say someone will follow up with you, or this is a correction just to make sure the record reflects accurately, because we know we're in a public meeting and it's being filmed and people don't know the nuances or behind the scenes. And we don't do that for every public comment, because that's not what our job is to do. We are here to listen to the public. And I think as board members individually, we do that here, but we are out in the community. We're engaged. We have all of these different types of opportunities throughout the year where Dr. Zachary Ross is presenting on the state of the district. We have our Cognia survey that comes out. We have different points where we also solicit feedback in a very formal way in our board retreat, as a way to kind of, how are we doing? What do we want to do? And I know this was raised at the last board retreat. Like, when people come to the board, we don't say anything to them. It looks kind of confusing, like that we're not addressing them. And that's just not the case, because we follow up. Julie sends faithfully. Every time a board member addresses the board, she sends out the communication acknowledging that they came, appreciating that they came, and that goes out, and all the board members are copied on that communication. So there's not one person who's addressed this community who we have not followed up with. And tonight, I'll even just go as far as saying, I can sense frustration too when someone is speaking to us. And I want in the moment to just say, someone is going to address your frustration and concern. And I didn't say anything, but immediately before we went into that closed session, I saw both Dr. Zachary Ross and Dr. Lopez talk to that person, and that was addressed immediately. As a board, we often don't know what has been done, what is going to be done, but we are here to listen, and we need to make sure that we communicate a message to our public that says we hear you, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure we follow up. And we do acknowledge. So I don't want it to feel like we are hearing this and then nobody responds, because consistently, I know for a fact, I can vouch and say, we are consistently, every green card that we get, someone gets a follow-up email thanking them for coming to the board, sharing their perspective, and if there's follow-up that needs to happen, it gets followed up on.
That's really appreciated. So I'm glad that that clarified the procedure. And again, if one had to tweak, it would be having to do with the timing or then that assurance. But yeah, there was quite quick response to both tonight. So, all right. So for you, what do you think the board does well? Yes.
We're focused on our scholars, and I think that's evident here. It's evident in the negotiations. It's at scale throughout the district, as well as here at this board table. That we know who we're here for.
Excellent.
I mean, I think I say this every time, but I think collaboration is something that as a board we do well, and it's modeled really well by our district leadership. I think we ask really good questions. We come to the board meetings prepared. We do our homework, and we do, I believe, make every decision at this table with the best interest of our scholars in mind, which is what all boards should do. But I feel like we do that particularly well as a board, not getting distracted by so many different things that are coming at us, and making sure that every decision we make is grounded in what's best for our scholars.
We are good at supporting vigorous and being the one to pioneer. I don't know if I want to say programs or ideas, because we do it first. You know what I mean? What I'm trying to say?
Innovators.
Innovators. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. And we also prioritize the whole child. You probably already said that, Trustee Goodrich, but it's like we prioritize the whole child's needs. You know, we do that.
I'll add listening to each other. I think you already said respecting each other, but also supporting each other. I don't know of any time that I've reached out to a board member to ask a question and I didn't get pretty quick response to on the question that I had, or request for support, and that goes for the administration as well. And then I also, touching on the public comment piece, I do appreciate the change that we had this year, which was just to make it clear to the public who may not be familiar with our policies that someone will get back to them, and just stating that in that, rules of the public comment, or afterwards, because, if folks do speak and they don't know that that's our policy, then they're sitting there waiting for us to speak to them. So I do think that stating that part of our policy and making it known for our community, that it helps to reassure them that they will be followed up with. And I appreciate that implementation of that change this year. Professional development and just being continuous learners is also something that I think that we do well. And everyone coming prepared for the meeting, I think it is very impressive, the amount of time that everyone at the table puts in to come prepared to the meeting, having read through the materials and all of that stuff. We sometimes get, one attachment can be 1 page, it could be 40 pages, each attachment, and so that is additional time that folks put in, and I think that we do a really good job of being prepared for the meeting.
I guess it's my turn. One thing that I think we have grown to do is to be able to agree to disagree, because we're not always going to agree in everything. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not here to agree on everything. I have a voice, you know what I mean? So we have learned to be able to agree to disagree. So, and again, to piggyback on her about professional development, you know, being able to have those opportunities to learn, which is what I've been doing, learning more about the board and, you know, what we should be knowing in all levels, finance, whatever that is, you know what I'm saying? And having those opportunities, and then being able to chair different areas that we chair as far as, and those give us learning, you know. I like the fact of being, you know, the chair of the communications, because we can, you know, we're able to get out there and communicate what I would like to see and things I would like to see, you know, change. And everybody who has a chair on the different committees they're on, that's kind of like their voice. You know what I mean? They kind of lead that, or people are underneath them, but that's their voice and their strong area in which, you know, what they bring to the table, and how we bring all that together. And what else did I have on here? Let me put my glasses on. See what I wrote. Yeah, so I guess that would be the biggest thing, you know, and coming together and
Sounds like.
and not having personal feelings about it. You know what I mean? Just being able to voice your opinion and not feel like, you know, you're attacking. You're just telling what your opinion is. You know, you're giving your feeling about how you feel about it and what you take from it, and we have to go with that. So.
Changes, any changes that would improve? Are you going, you will be having a retreat?
We are having a retreat in August.
All right.
Yeah, we've been having annual retreats.
Okay, it's perfect. So, changes for consideration in this section?
I put, this is just for me though,
Okay.
maybe the whole board too, but I said continue board member training.
Okay.
Board member training.
You know, I was thinking, when I was brand new, what was so helpful to me was, it happened to be the president. It was Tony Spagnola. And he absolutely made sure that I got signed up right away for 101. And then he would kind of pop his little head, because he 101's the 6 hours. So he would have two different classes, but he would pop in and just, you know, how is it going or whatever. That kind of thing made a difference in my onboarding. Now, some of you who came on remember, especially during the time of COVID, it was kind of a disconnect. So when you talk about, I know that for you, who all went to conference together, there was that, we're going to wear this, and we'll have fun, and we'll meet up, and you're known at MASB for that. But I hope that you're thinking about that when you have another new member in November, how to onboard and how to reach out. So I have included on this one, you know, be thinking about, you know, would it be nice to just make that phone call or hit that email or text or whatever it would be, just to touch that base and, you know, what can I do? Is there anything you need, or would you like to talk, or whatever, to really ensure that connection. So, all right, that's that. A little preachy, but I did want to tell you how much it meant. And I know that for those of you who attended the conference together, it was kind of a nice experience for the new ones, not the COVID people. But I remember that. All right, more changes or anything else? All right, really good discussion. We're going to move on now. Again, those were your roles and responsibilities. In the midterm monitoring session, the things that we're looking at are really based on the superintendent annual evaluation. So you'll see things that are picked out now, so that at the end of the year, we're not going, what?
Yep.
You know, we thought it was going this way. So the first thing I want to bring up is today's paper, because it does put every school board in Michigan which was mentioned each time. This is a very conservative budget. We're doing the best we can, but it does make your job hard. I will say that I know that everyone sitting here has a tremendous fiscal responsibility. You are very good stewards. You have been so since the first consolidation. Very good stewards. So this does make it hard, but you seem, I think, from the presentation that I saw and the preparation that you saw in forming the budget, sitting on that committee, so much work went into that document to be the best that it could be, not knowing, the memorandum of understanding, as they call it in Lansing. There's a memorandum of understanding that we kind of know what it is, but we don't know anything about it. We have no finality in this, but maybe tomorrow. I kind of feel like it's that war that ends over and over and over again. But you are in a tough spot. As far as things that came up before for this Board of Education, one thing that the board really wanted to see for this year was that the auditing pieces tighten. So at this point, where are you on the auditing? When will they come in? When will they? Okay.
Yo and Yo has already engaged. They've reached out. I know our chair talked about Timothy Carson reaching out. They've been on site.
Oh, okay.
And so we are already in that process. We have already solicited the support of the additional accounting support person. But I gotta really just give compliments to the team because they've been doing reconciliations, making sure that we are really looking at a nice, clean budget, having our budget amendment. All of these things that even you saw tonight are putting us on track for a great start to a.
This is the expectation of the board. This is something that is very, very important to them. Again, this Board of Education formally receives the audit, votes on the audit that they receive. So there has to be that foundation underneath that. So for this year, members of the board, are you concerned with where the audit process is or how it is being conducted? That at this time you'd like to voice so that as we move into the next few months that it will be set?
As the chair of that committee, I think, from the last time we had this conversation, a lot of the hard pieces are being worked on. The biggest portion is the food contract. That was where we had a lot of concerns about the audit, and a big portion of that is being addressed, like it's in the process of being worked out. And so, and then I think with the new procedures and additional training that Ms. Boone and her team are taking, I'm much more comfortable with the upcoming audit, and we're looking at addressing some things that have been lingering for a few audits. But I think with the new processing and the new leadership in the team, I think we're headed in the right direction. But the biggest portion of that for me was the food contract and the requirements that the federal government has for us. Those are like non-negotiables. So we have to have those things done. So I'm pretty hopeful and satisfied for the work that is currently being done.
Because this would be the time to give direction. But it seems like the superintendent and team has been responsive to the concerns that the board has. These are true concerns. And again, you received that audit. It's not theirs. You received the audit. So it's very important that that, in fact, reflects and you're responsive to whatever changes that they suggest.
And I believe a lot of things are ahead of schedule in regards to the communications. Like I have received a call from Yo and Yo that I need to follow up on, and
yeah, this is ahead for me.
yeah, it's very
usually,
ahead of the process. So
yeah,
like I said,
it's
I'm
June.
very good. Yeah,
So,
I'm comfortable
Yeah,
with
I'm
that.
feeling good too. Anybody else? Okay. Oh, that's, all right. Very, very good. So, I think that the ESSERS funds that this district received were good and important. They were not investments in staff. So you're not facing some of the situations that some school districts are where they're terminating human beings at this time. There has been a drop, and you can see that there is a drop because that was a one-time infusion of money that could be used for a number of different things, but particularly based on what this community wanted. Again, a reminder that you were one of the first districts you were in to go ahead and receive those funds because you're one of the first districts that had those conversations with the community. All of your community stakeholders had conversations about how those funds might best be used. And they were used, and promptly, almost immediately in the summer after those funds were available, you had them. So again, compliments to that. We will miss those. But it looks like I wanted to now talk about some of the partnerships. The Toyota partnership here has been outstanding and brought in an infusion. And again, Toyota wouldn't do that unless they saw return on investment.
Right.
So the Toyota funds has been substantial. I didn't know whether you wanted.
Absolutely, and because we've had such great partnerships with them, that those funds have been expanded. So we started off with just doing field trips and smaller things. What we've really been excited about is how they've really looked at how we've had that goal number 3, allocating resources equitably. So like when we had the maker spaces with Magnet Grant, those schools that were not Magnet, they were able to match and put the maker spaces in place. And a lot of those initial pieces were about almost like programs or pieces of material. It's really moved on to now we are excited. We have Kelly Mickle in that space where she's doing innovation and really working to infuse STEM within the curriculum. She's had the curriculum teams working. They were here last week. They were in workshops doing that work. So she's matched another grant to be able to connect. And Toyota really likes when we see us leveraging other funds and using it to do long-term work. So this curriculum work that she has the staff doing along with her is really what's going to move the needle academically. And so Toyota's been really responsive to that. Even today, we had a governing committee meeting. They're like, okay, what about the raises? Making sure we have those key people in place so that things can be implemented, because we can talk about a lot of things, but the implementation is what matters, because that's going to hit the impact. And so they were very complimentary of Kelly, as well as her counterpoint Jessica at Lincoln. And what they really liked is not just us taking on some ideas that they had, but there's the Gantt chart that they have created. We use that in our district, and they've worked hand in hand with Ms. Mickle and the team to ensure that it meets, they call it the drivers, the aims that they have set forth. And so the alignment is really positive.
I wanted to also address a little bit about the Committee for Literacy Excellence. And again, Grant, when you came to Ypsilanti, one of the first things you did was go into Lower L, going into the classrooms and really seeing how teachers were teaching literacy, and to look at the curriculum or the piles of books that were all around, and really look at the curriculum to ensure that it was going to help the scholars learn how to read. The state now is very interested in mandating certain pieces of literacy, including phonics. However, this district is well positioned because of the efforts that you did early on when you were just finding out some things. Would you like to talk anything about literacy?
Absolutely, and I know Trustee Goodrich was here during the time, and we really did a deep dive, and it was them. So I want to compliment them who really went into the classrooms, and we said, open the closets, do everything, because we were using MESA units at the time, and people were using the units however they kind of saw fit, that they understood. There was that we termed it that we had an entire buffet, but there was no turkey. Because there wasn't a meat. It was not a true K-12 ELA curriculum to follow that we could say, especially districts like ours, who at that time we had so much turnover, but then you give the new teacher a MESA unit and say, go forth and do the work and trust the coach, and maybe they can help you to identify what pieces there are. And so we really did a curriculum audit. We then, after the audit, brought in teams together, and at that time, that's when Dr. Lopez came in, and we really got the voices of many to think about what that HMH, they chose HMH because of our demographics and what they can offer, but really thinking about it needed to be sustained. We were doing really great work, and then, of course, the pandemic happened. And so after, because we weren't able to train everyone, after the pandemic, though, it was like everybody went deep on that instructional coaching, deep on HMH coaching, which the nice part about it is they were doing large level training. Now it's to the point where there's individual teacher coaching and training. And so now we're seeing the results of the work. And the nice part, like you said, with legislation, the curriculum that was chosen is one of those approved curriculums that, so a lot of districts are struggling right now. Some people have spent millions of dollars on curriculum that is not aligned to the new recommended curriculum from MD.
The piece on Innovators First or Ypsilanti will, you have benchmarked, and that's why you are often featured nationally. I think that you saw this month the report about your scholar achievement based on test scores and cohorts and demographics and bar graph after bar graph after bar graph. However, it should be noticed that on the early readers, that you are seeing the coaching techniques and the commitment to curriculum and learning it make a big difference. It wasn't too long ago where we would see spikes at certain places. The investment in the transitional years, which is epitomized in the PowerPoint you saw earlier this month, but in the transitional years between elementary and middle, I've always been pushing that. And then you've added the transition between middle and high school, is really clear when you start looking at the results on your test scores. And you're having the multiple years together to get that smoothing effect, but you can see those changes rather than the complete drops, which would kind of, can you explain this, superintendent, how this school or this area is such a complete drop? I think the appreciation of the math this year, people be mathin'. I mean, there was a state mandate that we had to look at, math be mathin' stuff, but would you like to speak to that?
Absolutely, and I know this team, this board has been a part of the team, the MyKIP team, looking at the SIS. So not only the Reveal Math, that again, the teachers gave input on, they wanted the Reveal Math, but then the added of the SIS support. And so that our board experienced it hands-on, that can see that those trainers continue to come out, they work with our teachers, and the SIS is strategically throughout the grade level. So we know that we've got to continue to go in and fill in those gaps, but we didn't want the teachers, again, to have to guess. Dr. Lopez has really made sure that those trainers come in consistently, work with the teachers, and ensure that they know, like, you can ask questions, just try these, and like give them nice one-on-one support so that they will enjoy and try techniques that are interesting and relevant to the students, because if it's not relevant or interesting, math is that big that elephant that people are afraid of, but if we show them how to make the connections with the students, the students are now being responsive. We're seeing already the initial results, and we're really excited about where it's going.
Okay. And then were you all able to have a discussion or input after you saw the PowerPoint presentation on your scholar growth? Okay, all right, so I don't want to spend too much time on that, but having been here and watched this for years, it really is extraordinary, the strides that you're making, especially when you do cohorts or when you look at how it's going. There's no scratching of the head here. We ask, you all ask, I'm including myself, but you all ask really good questions. It's not like, I wonder what's going wrong. You really work to find out, is there not a better way? And then together with those coaches, together working to make sure that we're walking together with scholars. There are some pieces that we do look at, and they are mandated, and they are in the superintendent evaluation, and they do have to do with attendance and so on. So part of this report included a commitment for this coming school year to really look at attendance, and it includes the strategies on those pieces. That is vital to have students here. I know that there are a number of learners, but even when you look at your virtual learners and the learners are scholars, in the classroom, you can see the difference, can you not? Okay. So the commitment to get the very best people in the very best positions, I know is this. I don't know if you listen to the podcast Soundboard, which is Don Watrupa's podcast, but this was talking with superintendents about where do you find the teachers. And so there are a number of initiatives that I know Human Resources is aware of regarding how certification that can work quickly and be applied in different areas. So it seems from talking with Ms. McCarthy that you're well-versed in that and are ready for those opportunities and safeguards in, go ahead.
Yes, and so several, right now there are opportunities for different waivers. There's opportunities for us to apply for persons to be able to work even with beyond, because they're thinking about doing grade bands and changing the way certifications are done. And you heard Ms. Tillerson today, like, I'm trying to get my certification done. And so one thing, we are working with the advisory committee from multiple colleges. At Eastern, we're right there on that committee. In addition to, Sue goes to every workshop and every seminar because they're changing all of the time. The other thing, just like today, we couldn't even set up the room for this meeting. I'm looking at Julie because it was full. And who was it full with? University of Michigan, the MARC students. We have about 100 of them that have been coming here. We know if we can work on them being in the pipeline, so they've been working every summer. They come in, they work. Right now we have so many that we have to have like an A group and a B group. And we're like, that's great, because people are saying, I can't find educators. If we get a certain number to come, and so we've been leveraging our funds, as Barb mentioned, that we use PA 321 to do the incentives, the signing bonuses. So we meet with them. Not only do they come, we allow them to use our space, but it's strategic so that they're here and they're working alongside our scholars. And then we want to attract them and use the signing bonuses for when we see highly qualified folks who have those credentials, because now we know that the banding will be changing. We have to really think in advance for that, especially as we think about our special education, we think about CTE. We know right now, barbering, there's only 2 qualified folks in the whole area. And if we're going to do barbering, we already have been like reaching out saying, okay, we need you, because we know that credential is one that we're going to have to work on. And so these expanded rules are helpful when we are trying to continue to be innovative and creative and offer these expensive services. It's just, we know also that pipeline is tight and we have to do innovative things.
And I think that's what the state's interested, rather than doing specific state exams. Michigan is going to move to the national exam for teachers, so one wouldn't have to take the specific, I teach Spanish, now I have to be certified and I have to take that exam. So it could be the national exams, which will open up people coming in from out of state, and so that's needed. Are you finding an area of need right now for certain specialties?
Special education
Yeah.
continues to be across the state. We know an area, I mean, I think it's almost every time you see an article, they talk about that. And so we have some of the pipelines, like the teacher pipeline that we're working with. Yep, and the 2x2, and thank goodness, we'll just lift up. We just got this, I think it's the second highest in the state, Carlos, right? 5.5 million for Grow Your Own. And the only reason why, what you might say, well, why did we get it? Because it was tier 1, 2, and 3. And it said explicitly in the article that we've shown that the dollars are used correctly, that we've already had a model. We have a lot of the seesaw opportunities where the teachers, our music teachers, our art teachers are learning how to be ESL endorsed. And so we are going to use that to leverage those areas that we aren't finding people. We can grow our own.
And again, that 5.5, you just kind of, 5.5 million, which is the largest grant that was given in the area, the largest by multiples. So you really should feel proud of that. Again, you guys are ahead of the curve. You know how to fulfill the grant needs, but then see them multiply. So, was there anything else about grants or anything to do with our educators? Or, go ahead.
Well, and in addition to, there's the other big grant that you talked about, even with partnerships with Magnet. We've really been trying to just, again, leverage how do we ensure that our staff are being trained as we're going through IB certification. We are there at the high school and with the middle school is so exciting. And because of that, and we know some of those are falling off, we're applying again for the LEAP grant and the SEEK grant from the federal dollars, so that we can continue. We don't just wait for the grants to end. We start thinking about what might be ending and how can we continue the work. And so we've been thoughtful.
LEAP is Literacy Excellence Accelerates Performance. So for our home viewers.
Oh, sorry.
So
Yes.
I know that we know just
Acronyms.
yeah,
Yes.
we have that a lot.
So many in
Okay.
education.
I don't know if there are any comments on those pieces, but you seem well set for that. We included in the background material, remember we always look to make sure that all of our teaching staff, when they're facing their evaluation, have been deemed effective. So you have a plan in place, and then that's all covered. Early childhood education, would you like to speak to?
Yes, this year we started our early Head Start program. Well, that was last year. And but this is the first time I think we're feeling the all year round part of it. And so really starting with the earliest learners, Trustee Lee, Vice President Lee is a big part of that committee, and I can talk for her since it's my turn to talk. I know what she would be lifting up is the fact that this is the first year the parents have been so involved with the parent committee. It's been amazing. They are transitioning, like, because they're going to the next level, they are going to be at the tables, recruiting the next parents, training the next parents, and really they've given a lot of input. Our program score was actually higher than the county's program score. Our WISD, we got the better results. And so Teresa was so excited to give me that report, because she's like, look, our results are wonderful. And so we've gotten the parent involvement, we've gotten our scores are rising in that area using the core. And so if we start with the youngest ones and really get a strong, and then the enrollment. So we're fully enrolled. And even with those who are moving on, I was at Ford for not graduation, but for the promotion ceremony, and all of the students except for 6 had already sign up for next year. And so we've had in our early childhood section, our numbers are full. We can ask for even more. So I'm excited about those slots being full.
For our youngest learners, that climate and culture piece is really, really important. And I know that that's been a directive from you to ensure that, that children are seen, valued, heard, and that there's growth that takes place, because that first experience is vital. Did you want to speak to that, or?
Absolutely. That's part of, as you guys know, we've been talking about Fans First. And so Fans First at the early childhood is when our parents, our scholars, they first get introduced to YCS. And so I just thank the whole early childhood team, though, the teachers, the administrators. Sue is their learning focus partner. Like, that has been a huge piece of that. I think with Vice President Lee being on that parent team, just really making sure they know that their voices are heard, they take their ideas. They actually wrote the manual. Yes, they wrote the manual, and they got to see themselves. Like, that's Fans First. If they know they're a part and they're making a difference at at the beginning of their introduction to YCS, it has made all the difference. So we've tried to really give them highlights. There was a luncheon for them this year where they got certificates, and so that kind of thing is been very. I think that's the powerful part about starting there with that sense of belonging that we really instill, and it's really been changed the culture quite a bit. Oh yes, they got the.
Oh, look at that! Look at that!
That's beautiful.
Wearing with pride.
That's right.
Okay, and then the tracking of what I did not see this time would be suspensions and expulsions.
Yeah, we did
get that.
That report is come. We
Okay.
just asked for that, so it goes. It's this year-end report,
Okay.
and so any of the larger, the state reportable ones, we are submitting.
Okay, and usually, again, this board has done kind of tried to get that deep dive that was talked about today on where is this happening. And again, that's a reflection on climate and culture. And again, you don't want to lose any scholar, any child, but especially at that younger age, whatever we can do to work on that. All the areas that are required are covered. Is there anything from the board on questions, comments, observations, concerns?
I have a question in regards to the report that's coming in regards to suspension. Will it cover all schools for YCS students?
It does, and that report. It only gives like the state mandated large, like if they have a weapon, those larger ones. The positive part is that as you know, you haven't had the expulsions that have had to previously come through. And so we can give suspension reports, well, not the principals are gone, but we can get that from probably Clark. But those are that state report is the one that we always bring forth on the bullying, the alcohol, drugs, weapons, the SID, what goes in the SID report.
You can. Okay.
Has to be, what we're required by law is these clear things that are non-negotiable. And they're real, like crime, big, substance abuse, but something really challenging. The lowest level, and even with bullying, it's a different type of bullying, do you follow me? So looking at our districts, our numbers are really have gone down over the years because of all the intentionality. And I mean, I think that at the whole district, with the bullying piece, there were just 3.
Okay.
You follow me? Throughout the district, and we had the data from the
All
different
right.
schools.
I simply bring it up because it is mandated, and so that's a board oversight thing. So as long as you received the report, it just wasn't included in the usual midterm monitoring. But we're a little bit early on the midterm monitoring. I know you have had a busy month. Yeah. Anything else you would like to? Well,
I was just going to say, I don't have any questions or just maybe just feedback, just to say that I appreciate that we do this at the midpoint, because then it prepares us for really well for, and it brings back to memory for us because we do so much throughout the year. And then this is a pause in preparation for the evaluation. And we can look back to say, we've had all of these checkpoints, we've had all of these things happen. So then the evaluation is not like a data dump, or it's not like something that's mysterious and we're asking all of these questions. We get all of these updates, not just here, but all throughout the year. And I think just gives us kind of more of a opportunity to say, wow, we've been busy and we've been doing a lot of great work, and we look forward to kind of what's next and thinking about the retreat and ways we can be more innovative in the year to come.
There was real clarity, I think, in the preparation for
Uh-huh.
not only your PowerPoint earlier in the month, but then
Yep.
the material that was prepared here. So I think that's helpful. But
Yep.
I think that you're all on the right track, and I would like to commend you for your leadership and your accountability, and then, of course, the superintendent and team
Yes.
for everything that you've accomplished so far as you conclude this year and we start another one.
That's right. Just that
Thank you.
fast. Yes. Okay, thank you so much, Mary, Dr. Zachary Ross, for this midterm monitoring session. That now takes us to our public comments for this evening, and I've already read the public comment protocol, and I know we have one public comment card that has come in. Jeremy Haley, if you'd like to come up to address the board at this time.
Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township. Just hope everybody's enjoying their little downtime that they have until school starts. Before you know it, it'll be school time again. Comment on public comment. I go to many different meetings, and the comment period or public comment time is set up differently for each one, obviously. For comments after public comment for certain ones, they have where the board trustees or commissioners can actually make comments to the public after the public comment time. So you're not addressing the people at the time of their speaking. You can address them after as a whole body after everybody has spoken. And I've been to meetings where they've had public speaking up to over 2 hours, so at 3 minutes each. So you can look to other meetings to how they run their public comments, possibly if you want to change yours for like comment wise and say that we'll give comments after everybody has spoken, or you don't have to speak at all. That's kind of how it usually goes. More than half the time, 90% of them just keep their mouth shut after public comments and just move on. So that's what I'd say on that. Other than that, I'd say enjoy the hot weather we're going to be having and leaving it late and wait till we come back in August to go at it again. And thank you, and enjoy your summer. And remember to go to the Johnny Lawrence Summer Jazz Series starting the end of July, going every Friday through August. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy Haley, for your comments this evening. That now takes us to our discussion item, and that is our Board of Education Subcommittee reports. I know that we had a lot of reports at our last board meeting, but are there any subcommittee reports that we want to share at this time? Yes, Trustee Goodrich.
Just a quick one. The Policy Subcommittee met on June 17th. We almost have our first pass through the full package. We'll be meeting again in July on the 14th, and hopefully at that point we will conclude all the points that we talked about, the things we're proud of, are doing our homework. There will be so much homework. I hope you're very excited for this really thrilling policy package. I cannot wait for us to have it adopted. That's all. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Trustee Goodrich.
Okay, Trustee Fields.
Yes.
reporting on communication. One, we should have received our AATA wraps on the bus. We had some comments about the different colors. We got the new updated one. So that should be nice for our ads that we're gonna run. We met on June 15th. And then we talk about the different commercials that Lambert has been putting out, and those have been really nice. And they're waiting on my video so I can get that out there. And then just the different things that are going out to social media, and we're keeping our Say Yes to YCS campaign still rolling and coming through. So they're doing what we're paying them to do. So we want to thank Lambert for what they're doing. So that was my report.
Thank you, Trustee Fields. Any other subcommittee reports?
Finance and Operations met on the 15th as well. Most of our stuff was done today. So I don't have to expand on that. YCS Foundation, I was able to attend part of the meeting, but it looks like they're going to be gearing up for some over the summer YCS activities for tabling. And so I believe that there was a conversation about the Jazz in the Park, but I'll double check that, and then I'll also discuss the back to school bash opportunity as well with them. But our next meeting is actually on the 8th, so I will be taking that meeting over my vacation. But everything else is going pretty good.
Thank you, Trustee Townsend. Any other subcommittee reports? I just want to say thank you to all of our subcommittee, our committee chairs, for leading all this important work that happens in the district. Just a huge thanks for just all that you do and all of your leadership. We'll go right into board superintendent comments. Board members, what comments might you have?
I have more of a question.
Yeah.
Am I correct that we are not meeting again before our retreat?
You are correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure my calendar wasn't, telling me no.
Playing tricks on you? No, it's true. It's true. We are off for the month of July, with the exception I see of the policy subcommittee that's happening on July 14th. So, but we are grateful and thankful.
All right, thank you for confirming, and enjoy your summer break.
Yes, and I just want to say congrats to all the board members on their certificates from MESB, for all that we continue to do to just grow and develop as board members. It's just a good example as leaders in this community, how committed we are to this work. So congratulations to everyone. And I hope that you all find lots of peace and joy and relaxation during the month of July before we come back together in August for our retreat. So whatever you're doing, enjoy and stay cool this week. Yes, Trustee Goodrich.
Sorry. I just wanted to quickly express appreciation for the public engagement session that we had around board service. And I guess when we next meet for the retreat, we'll know who is running to be on the board.
That is so true.
So that is exciting.
Very, very exciting.
Thank you for saying that, Maria. Yes, because we did come out. So we was trying to represent and do everything, but that's all we can do.
Yes, yes. Everybody did an excellent job, and it was a great, and I think that was born out of an idea that you, not that specifically, but I think kind of this series of engagement was an idea that you had last year. And so it's good that like we keep building and elevating in our excellence in YCS. It's okay. I was going to say something, but I'm not at the table. All right, superintendent comments. Dr. Zachary Ross.
Again, board, just want to congratulate everyone on a wonderful, wonderful 25-26 school year. Tomorrow ends the actual year.
Wow.
And we go back on July 1. So thank you, board, for the YCEA contract. We know it expires on the 30th, and you did it. We did it. And so congratulations to them, to all the retirements. We just are thankful and grateful for their service. To you and your MASB accomplishments. I'm always proud just to know I'm a part of YCS. And it's your leadership. We have a lot happening still over the summer. You just approved a field trip. Grizzly Learning Camp is strong, going well, and so we're here. We're here with our wonderful scholars, and we'll be the Holmes ambassadors. We're going to see them tomorrow. I think they're having their, Wednesday. They're having their showcase for the new Holmes ambassadors who've been working this week. We have the Rutherford Pool and Reading in the Park at Rutherford Pool. That's July 10th at 4. And then we're here for the Back to School Bash on August 1st at Prospect Park at noon, and Touch a Truck at the high school parking lot on August 5th. So we'll be rolling right into coming back, and you will get an invitation to join the cabinet at their retreat for the tour, for the Ypsilanti Historical Tour.
Oh, that's
And
great.
so we were able to get Matt on August 3rd. So we'll send the details to you on what's happening with that, because that tour is really just wonderful, eye-opening, and it encapsulates so many of our community members and our strong history that you see in the room, and we'll be able to go to different sites on the bus. So we look forward to that working together.
Excellent.
And
Anything?
thank you, Mary, for being here and leading us through my quarterly mid-year progress, as well as the board. We just always appreciate your insights and giving that perspective. Thank you.
All right. Thank you again, everyone. Seeing no other business coming before the board, we are officially adjourned at 10:43 p.m. Thank you for hanging in this long meeting.